Good afternoon. I'd like to call the, good afternoon, call the meeting of the Board of Supervisors, July 1st, 2025 to order. First on our agenda is the invocation by Pastor Mike Hennington, Victory Christian Church. Thank you, sir.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this 4th of July week. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to celebrate all the freedoms that you've afforded us. And we just give you honor and praise for it. Help us to steward it well. I ask you to bless this meeting and all the decisions that we made. Give wisdom to our leaders, Lord, in every decision that they make. We thank you, Lord, for our first responders and all of our community folks who serve this community so well. We ask you to bless them and watch over them. We thank you for this great county that we live in, and we just are so honored. Lord, we ask you to bless, Father, all of our folks in military who purchased this freedom for us. We ask you to bless them and watch over them and their families. We're so thankful for the sacrifices they've made that we can have all this freedom. We honor you. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Christie?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Should we do a roll call? All right. First, I'd like to make a few comments. First on the agenda, we welcome our new county administrator, Dr. Jeremy Raley. First of many meetings that we're going to have. We thank you for joining us and consenting to take the job. We're looking forward to working with you. And I can tell you all, he's already hit the ground running. 3 weeks?
Starting week 4.
Starting week 4 now. And I mean, he's accomplished a whole lot more in a short period of time than a long time before that. So anyway, all right. Well, thank you very much. Thursday, July 3rd, we're having fireworks at 9 p.m. Goochland Sports Complex, the old high school. Rain date would be Saturday, July 5th. And bring the whole family and enjoy a night under the stars with the community's favorite event of the year. Park and watch the fireworks from following locations: Goochland Sports Complex, Napa Parking Lot, Farmers Market Lot, Old Goochland Elementary School, Goochland Middle and High School. Parking will open at 5:30. The Napa Parking Lot, Farmers Market, and Old Goochland will be open at that point. For more information, contact Parks and Recreation, and they'll help you find a place to park and tell you more about it if you have any questions. Please come and join us. It is our celebration of the, 247, this will be the 248th celebration of Independence Day. 249, who's counting? 249, all right. That's right, next year 250, that's correct. So anyway, come celebrate with us. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Raley for your comments, County Administrator's comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Winfrey, and thank you to the public who have provided me a very warm welcome. This is starting week 4 of my tenure here as County Administrator, and I couldn't be any happier to be sitting in this seat again. Never thought that when I left as superintendent, I'd be sitting right back in this same seat several years later. So feels a little comfortable. It's just like getting back on the saddle again. But really thankful for the warm welcome I've received from the Board of Supervisors and from our community, and just really thankful for the grace that staff has afforded me as I've transitioned into this new role. I've had a chance to meet a whole lot of people, chance to meet with our staff, citizens, external stakeholders, business partners, many in this room who have been welcoming and have helped me with all the questions that I've asked. And certainly this is an opportunity to seek to understand and find out about all the great things that are happening in our community and ultimately learn about what we can do in the future to make our community even stronger. I've had the chance to tour with Mr. Vodders, chance to tour our county with Mr. Spoonhauer, and I've seen things that I didn't even know existed in Goochland County. part of the beauty that I just did not know was here in our own backyard, and look forward to opportunities to see the rest of our community with the rest of the supervisors. Chief Ferguson's taken me to each one of our fire stations, the fire training center, and had the chance to meet many of our first responders who are in the room, and just extremely proud of the work that they do day in and day out to keep us all safe and serve on the front lines of our community. Had the chance to tour our facilities with Scott Foster and see some things that I didn't know that we were responsible for, and learned that we have over 1,000 cars visit our central convenience center on a daily basis. Did you know that? And the gentleman who serviced that service center just do an amazing job of being frontward facing for our community, and just really thankful for their work. And overall, I've learned just how strong this community is and what makes Goochland special in so many ways, with engaged, committed citizens, dedicated staff members, business and industry leaders who have chosen to invest in Goochland County in a time when there is choice. They have chosen us, and just really grateful for all those conversations, and looking forward to continuing that dialogue as we go forward in the next several weeks of our time together. One of the things I want to highlight is the work of two of our departments who have been recognized recently for some absolutely exceptional work. And we do have our first responders and many of our teammates who are in the audience today. And I've learned about the amazing things that they are doing as a small rural community to provide first-class service to not only our residents, but all those who are passing by on the interstates and visiting our restaurants and visiting Goochland County. And so they're just doing exceptional things. And so I want to publicly celebrate today the County Department of Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Services, who have received the American Heart Association's Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Achievement Award for its commitment to offering rapid and research-based care to people experiencing the most severe of heart attacks and strokes. And as you can imagine, when people are experiencing maybe the worst time in their life or a really tough event, our first responders are right there to provide care, compassion, and help them during the most challenging times that they may face. And so I just want to thank each and every one of you who are here today, and your colleagues who are not with us because they're out serving our community. And thank you for what you do every day. Let's give them a big round of applause. I also want to publicly recognize our Treasurer's Department. I had the chance to meet with all of our constitutional officers during the first week on the job and learn a lot about what they're doing to serve our community as elected officials and the excellent things that their staff is doing. And so for the 10th year in a row, our Treasurer's Office has received the Quality Seal of Approval from the Treasurers Association of Virginia. And as you can imagine, going through an accreditation process and having your work validated by your peers is not always easy. It's a lot of hard work, and you're putting yourself out there for everybody to see. And so Pam has done that because ultimately she understands the importance of the work that her and her team are doing as stewards of our taxpayer dollars. And so Pam, I want to publicly thank you for your leadership and the team that your work your team does every day to make sure that our department is as strong as possible. So thank you for your leadership. Let's recognize them for their hard work. And last on my comments is a reminder that we do have the farmers market going on today. And so if you're interested in getting some goodies from our community, please stop by and check them out. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I wanted to add something on your comments on the fire and rescue. I'm not sure if everyone knows, but we had a terrible, awful fire over the weekend. I believe it was at Lehigh Paving, and I think 3 or 4 trucks, dump trucks were caught. Five dump trucks were on fire. I saw a picture. It was just a horrendous fire, and our team responded, put it out, no injuries, and just it is a prime example of the professionalism, the ability of our fire and rescue to handle even the worst of situations. So again, kudos, Chief, to you and your team.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I could jump in. On a personal note, I had a firsthand experience with fire and rescue. I have learned that if you turn left on a green arrow, it's not always safe. And so I had the opportunity for a couple of ambulances, a fire truck, and a couple of deputies to come and assist me. As you can see, I appear to be okay, but we'll wait and see later today, I guess. But I truly appreciate the rapid response and the care that I received. And they didn't know me from Adam's house cat, so they'd have done the same for every other individual who had that unfortunate opportunity. So I did see firsthand why 2 ambulances are dispatched, because they tried to take me into one and it was already occupied. So I got the one without air conditioning working, I guess, maybe. But it really was a high testimony, the rapid response and the care that people in a traumatic situation receive from our staff. So, Chief, thank you. The sheriff's not here, but thank you. It really did make an impression on me, as well as the accident. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So what do we got next? Dr. Bailey, we have a presentation, a proclamation to.
It's an opportunity to celebrate and recognize the work that our teammates are doing through Parks and Recreation. This is July, and it's Parks and Rec Month, and so we have a resolution that we'd like to share with our director, Tom Cobb.
Yeah, we'll go down front. How are you, sir?
Doing great.
Good
Very
to see you.
Mr. Christie.
All right.
Whereas Goochland County's parks and recreation facilities and the department's personnel are an integral part of our community, and whereas our Parks and Recreation Department promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people in our community, and whereas the department facilitates and promotes time spent engaged in physical activity, which positively impacts mental and physical health. And whereas the department's facilities provide space for sports, walking trails, and many other activities designed to encourage active and engaged lifestyles. And whereas the department's growing programming, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and enrichment opportunities, support childhood development through interpersonal engagement and team play. And whereas the department's work and facilities contribute positively to Goochland's economic prosperity, and whereas our county's parks and nature areas provide a place for individuals and groups to connect with the outdoors, and whereas Goochland County Parks and Recreation has provided services for over 5,000 program registrants and over 400,000 visitors during fiscal year 2025, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Goochland County is proud to recognize the many benefits derived from the work of our department staff and from our community's access to the facilities operated by our Parks and Recreation Department. Now therefore be it resolved by the Goochland County Board of Supervisors that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the county.
Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month in Goochland County.
Do we have a second? We have a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Let's go get a picture. Great. Thank you all for everything you do. Thanks much. Next on the agenda is a request to postpone agenda items or additions or deletions or changes to the order of presentation. Do we have any changes or additions? Okay, seeing none. Next, we have citizen comment period. Read the where's my, just want to remind everyone, during this, let me open it up and then I'll tell you. It's now open, but keep in mind that we're asking you to limit your discussion to items that are not on the agenda. You can talk about anything you want to talk about. There's a 3-minute limit on it. And if you expect to read someone else's written statement at the podium, you may submit the written statement to the board by providing at least 6 copies to the clerk. Each person may speak up to 3 minutes. When the green light comes on, that's when the 3 minutes start. When the first yellow light appears, you have 1 minute left to speak. The second light continuously blinks, 30 seconds left to speak, and the red light, you need to wrap it up. If you wish to speak longer than 3 minutes, you may extend your time by having other residents come up, give their name, and cede their time to you. Your time is increased by 2 minutes for each person who does so, up to 10 minutes total. Please come to the podium and provide your name and address before starting your comments. Do we have any comments from citizens? Anyone like to speak? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabbath. I want to thank every one of y'all that are sitting up there, especially Mr. Rayleigh, who accommodated us on his 5th day, and also for Manny Alvarez for helping to bridge that time between administrators. That is very critical to citizens. I would also like to acknowledge that I love the fact that you put citizens number 1 on your list. Sometimes we feel like we're kind of dropped down, but this is great. Thank you so much to all of y'all. Looking forward to the night. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the citizen comment period. Next, we have before us the minutes for approval of the May 23rd, 2025, 8:45 meeting. Do we have a motion to approve those?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the minutes as presented. Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Yay.
Aye.
And next, we have the minutes of the June 3rd regular board meeting, 3:30 p.m. Do we have a motion to approve those? We did both? Okay, all right. Okay, so they're passed. Next, we have the VDOT report for this month.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Rayleigh, welcome. I'm Philip Frazier. I'm the resident engineer at the
And
Ashland
welcome.
Residency. Yep, thank you.
Is this your first one?
Similar to Dr. Rayleigh, this isn't the first time I've stood at the
Welcome,
podium
welcome.
and spoken to you. However, this is the beginning of my tenure as the resident engineer and representing Goochland County from the VDOT side. So I believe you guys have the maintenance report in front of you. I'm not going to get into depth about the report. Really, I want to be here today to reintroduce myself, but also let you know that Marshall retired last Tuesday. He did things certain ways that I think went really, really well for Goochland, for VDOT, to create a partnership. That being said, what I want to do now is kind of take a pause, not specific to this moment, but over the next month or so, and ask you guys to consider what you think might be the best way that we can serve you going forward. I read real quickly while I was sitting here, I read Dr. Rayleigh's plan for the county administrator, and I love one of the first lines. It's something, a word I've been using is intentional. I want to be intentional and specific about how I address issues and what I bring to you guys. So, for example, we have come here on a monthly basis for the last however many years and provided a maintenance report. If that is what the board expects and the county expects, I can continue to do that and come on a monthly basis and share that. But I think there's other ways that we can have a partnership and I can share information. Maybe that's with a little bit more intention about how the county can grow as far as project development. Maybe it's me coming on a quarterly basis and addressing the board about the types of grant opportunities that might be available. The county's actually been very successful in the last couple rounds of grant programs and getting funding for transportation projects. But I think that there's an opportunity where I can kind of address you guys and provide a little guidance and leadership on those programs. Discussing how we're preparing for an upcoming winter season. I think that's incredibly important for you guys to understand what we're doing, how we prioritize our program. Resurfacing. How do we choose roads to be resurfaced and what types of treatment do we do? Asphalt, chip seal, slurry seals. Those are all different tools in our toolbox. I think that this is an opportunity where I come to you guys with intention to say, this is something that we do as a department that I want you to be familiar with and have a greater understanding. So with that, that's me in a nutshell and what I want to bring to the table. Dr. Rayleigh, I will be reaching out to you probably within the week just to have a little bit of FaceTime and get to know you. I think we have a meeting scheduled with some of our executive staff at the district, which I will be a part of in the next few weeks. But in the meantime, that's me, and I'll just kind of open it for any questions, concerns. I know there might be a couple things that I can answer, hopefully provide some good news. So,
Any questions? Mr. Lyle?
Yes, thank you. Philip, thank you for being here. Marshall did a wonderful job, in my opinion, and he spoke so highly of you. It was actually, for Scott's Presbyterian, I got excited when I heard that you were going to take the position. So, in that vein, I really appreciate you have made already site visits to both River Road and Route 6, and then also Hockett Road and Route 6. You used, or some verbiage was in here, it said that with Hockett and 623 and River, that significant wait times were not experienced. And what is significant? Is that definable?
So what we've talked about was a potential green T. This is a type of traffic control device where you provide basically an acceleration lane at an intersection that's a T, similar to Hockett and Route 6. What we found was there is a long queue of traffic, but there isn't a significant wait time for that queue to dwindle down. So there's folks that are pulling up and they're stopping at the stop sign. They look left, they look right, they have a gap, they make their movement. So there is a long wait time for someone in the back of the queue, but the queue is moving so, I apologize. The queue is moving so quickly that we don't believe that there's anything that we can really address at that intersection to make things move faster.
Well, significant to some people is like 3 nanoseconds. For someone else, it's 30 seconds.
Sure.
Is that defined? Does VDOT have significant means?
I don't think that we have a specific,
Okay, so
I
it's
can't
subjective.
define, yeah, I think
Okay,
that's a good
all
way
right,
to
that's fine.
describe it.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Did you, I have one other that I think you brought up with me about.
I wasn't accosted. I was approached at Rotary about somebody about the 623 and 250 intersection, and they had an incident that put a visitor into the McDonald's parking area.
So I really appreciate you bringing that to me. What I was able to do is I reached out to our traffic operations team. They were able to, if you're familiar with how these flashing yellow arrows work, it basically goes, it goes, you have a green, it goes into yellow, it goes into red, and then when the opposing through lane, they get a green, at the same time, that left turn will get a flashing yellow arrow. So it happens simultaneously. So what we were able to do was put a delay on that yellow. So the opposing through will get a green, and it will stay red for about 2 or 3 seconds. That allows that person that can make that left turn at the flashing yellow arrow, time to go, okay, someone is actually proceeding through the intersection. Because I think what you were describing in the email, or that person described in the email, was it was happening simultaneously and it was ending up in some kind of conflict and a crash. So we've already made those timing changes. So I would encourage that person to maybe.
From personal experience, would
Yes.
you go down and look at the intersection
Yeah.
with 623 and 250 also? That's where my incident took place.
Okay, at Hockett,
Yeah.
understand.
No, not Hockett, Ashland Road.
At Ashland Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else? Yes.
I wanted to ask you about, I know I approached Dr. Rayleigh about it, but the signal at Broad and
Wilkes Ridge. Mhm.
Could you speak to that? I mean, it is, especially because of the connectivity to 288 and trying to get on 64, you've got some people racing through to make both lights. You've got, you know, 3, potentially 4 cars max going through there. It is one way in, one way out. So, I mean, that's their only way in. They're not going to have any other alternatives. What is VDOT's policy on getting just, it's one of those things where 5 extra seconds might make a significant difference.
So what we did when we got that complaint, I submitted to the same group. So the residency is not intimately responsible for traffic operations. We have a specific group at our district office that manages that. What they did was they looked at how the camera, this is all video detection. They looked at the camera and they saw how it was, the viewpoint was set up. And what they found, if you're familiar with a Ring doorbell, you can actually set up a perimeter in your front yard so that when someone enters your yard, you get a notification the person has just entered the perimeter. It's a similar situation for the traffic signals and those cameras. What they found was it was short. It wasn't encompassing the entire left turn lane, or both left turn lanes. So they were able to modify that, clean it up, and make sure that it was capturing the entire lane, which allows the signal to go through its full progression. So the full signal timing cycle is 20 seconds. It's about 14 seconds in green, and then the next few seconds is yellow, red, a break until the other folks are able to get through. So what they did was they were able to fix that. It seems like it actually fixed the issue. I had my staff go out and physically watch. They noticed in about an hour's time there was about 2 instances where a vehicle, or where there was a couple vehicles that didn't get through. And ultimately what that is you're having a queuing issue on Broad Street going to 288. Yeah. And so the cycle has to switch, especially in the peak hour. Otherwise, we have these queuing issues on Broad.
Oh, if you got a full group through, then it's dramatically improved. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
It's good to know that a Ring doorbell is in use in our traffic.
Similar technology,
It's
yeah.
interesting, same technology.
Yep, very similar.
Very good. Well, thank you. Mr. Spoonhour.
Thank you. Welcome in the new capacity. I appreciate you leaning in already and helping me out with that one situation that we're working on. A couple things I just want to follow up on from that are carryovers from your predecessor. You've heard me probably over the years talk about the mowing schedule and the trash pickup. And on a positive note, we'll start on a good note. I saw something I'd never seen before. As a motorcycle enthusiast, I used to cringe when I watched all the cutting and seeing all the grass in the road and just wouldn't ride my bike. But I saw blowers this time that were blowing the grass off, which I think is fantastic. So I don't know if that's a new move or what.
It's something that we're trying to be better about, blowing things off of the road. It is per law supposed to have grass clippings off of the road. Sometimes that gets kind of overlooked, and I think that's something that we're going to try and do better at, ensuring that
It
grass
was
is
noticed,
grown.
so well done. That being said, going down Whitehall Road afterwards was nothing but trash. So I don't know if somebody goes, I know they're supposed to go, I don't know what the schedule is, they go out ahead of time, but we've often said we have a lot of citizens that are very engaged and would love to help. You know, if we knew the mowing schedule, we could get out and either do a fast follow-up or something like that. So maybe this would be my 5th or 6th year asking for this. Maybe we can work on that and get something focused. 2 other follow-ups that I had. Rockcastle Road had a surface done on it last year, I believe. And I've gotten a lot of complaints because of the increased traffic. There's a significant amount of development down there, and then with Westview on the James in the summer, they're getting, so I don't know if we can look to see, maybe we learn a little bit about that resurfacing. And then the third thing is, I had brought up to Marshall Ben Lomond, which we had done, put surface down as opposed to I guess it was just dirt or gravel before, but now the asphalt or whatever that is also washboarding. So
Okay.
it's too new to go bad already. So
Agreed.
I don't know if we have any guarantees or anything like that, but if you could follow up on those couple of things, that'd be great.
Yes, we can absolutely, we'll look into it. Those are a couple things I'll have to go back and dig into, but yeah, when we come back next month, I'll be prepared.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Frazier.
Yes, Mr. Long.
Mr. Frazier, I remembered the second thing that I was supposed to
Okay.
ask about. And this is a Farm Bureau observation, and that is if VDOT has setback requirements on mailboxes, and farming equipment has started to get a little bigger, and so there are scenarios where the combines and seed drills, et cetera, are having to almost take up the entire lane because they don't want to take out on purpose the mailboxes. So I don't know if that is a USPS situation or if VDOT actually says mailboxes will be X feet off of the hard surface edge. And if you could give me some guidance on that, that would be helpful, because I'm starting with you.
Sure, no, I appreciate it. I'll tell you, I honestly didn't know that VDOT had any kind of standard or specification about mailbox offset, so that's something that I'll have to go back and
They may
educate.
not.
Okay.
I'm carrying a message from,
Typically, it is with the Postal Service. So I've had some requests in the past to move mailboxes from one side of the road to the other, and that's always been something that has to be taken up with the U.S. Postal Service. That we don't have any ability to make that move. I would say that, strictly speaking, it's really just the preference of the post office and whoever's delivering the mail. But I am not aware that VDOT has any kind of standards as far as offsets.
if they do, and you could share that, I'd appreciate it. If you don't, then I'll start, Saints preserve me, with the post office.
Okay.
So, thank you.
We'll look into that.
Okay. Thank you and welcome again. We look forward to working with you, Mr. Frazier.
Likewise, I'm looking forward to it, so thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rayleigh, what have we got next here?
And next item on the agenda is introduction of our new teammates. And of course, I'm in week 4 myself, and we have a couple teammates in the room who have started just around the same time that I did. Had the pleasure to meet many of these folks, and we have Cliff Heller, our Director of Human Resources, who's going to introduce them to us today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for having me up. Dr. Rayleigh, I appreciate it. Yes, we have 4 new people I'd like to introduce. I'm going to have them stand, and then we're going to take a picture afterwards. So I'm going to start with our new firefighter, Jeffrey Lewis. Jeffrey comes back to us. He had been with the county for quite some time, went to another jurisdiction, and saw the light and has chosen to return to us. So welcome, Jeffrey. Our second person will be Adam Barber. Adam Barber is our new Planner 3. Adam comes to us from far, far away. He used to be in Oregon, and very happy to have him in our planning department. Oops. And our next new employee is our new transportation manager, Patrick Longerbeam. Patrick was with VDOT for many years and is a veteran, an Army veteran. So I know that we have others in the room, so thank you, Patrick. And then lastly, we have our new engineering technician with utilities, Rachel Tripp. Rachel is a graduate of VCU and started with the county in the beginning of May. So everybody can join us over here. Want to say welcome to all our new employees, and we enjoy having everybody here, and we're excited for everybody to be here. So thank you.
Welcome to the team. Can you get us, Jessica? All right, board members, the next few items on your agenda are reports that are included in your packet. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Certainly, they're there for the public to review as well. The first report in your packet is the accounts payable report from June of 2025. We also have a report on planning and development activity that is forthcoming in the future, as well as a broadband report from Paul Drumright, our teammate who works with that subject matter that is effective as of today. We also have a July agricultural summary as well, so a variety of reports for your review. Staff members are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, just confirming on the broadband, and Mr. Drumright has been very patient working with me, but I want to compliment him because it appears that some of the information I'm looking for, it's on page 49 of the packet, but it shows one column that says active locations, which is a smaller number, and then it shows total passings, which is the larger number. And I just want to confirm that we have, well, I guess TBD for June, but in May we had 1,422 active accounts, but we've actually made 4,600. Does that mean people are just not taking advantage of it, or because it goes counterintuitive how many people have been saying we want broadband, and then you find literally a 30% enrollment rate?
So that is showing what will be, for the entire project, what the total passing is. So that does not mean everybody right now, all 4,613 folks have availability to get service today.
So that's a forecast.
It's a forecast,
Thank
yes,
you.
sir.
That's my answer. Thank you.
So,
Anyone else? All right, consent agenda?
Board reports.
Oh, board reports, yes. Do we have any reports from the board? Any, Mr. Lau, you've already spoken to your thing, and so anybody have any reports? No? Okay, move on to the consent agenda.
Board members, for your consideration today for action, we have several items on the consent agenda, and all this detail is included in the packet for your consideration today, and it's there for the public to review as well. The first item on the consent agenda, and I'll take a moment just to read all these items for your consideration if you choose to take them as a slate. The first item is a resolution requesting VDOT to accept Mosaic at West Creek Section 7 subdivision streets into the secondary system of state highways for maintenance. This was on your agenda at your June 3rd meeting, but had to be removed due to providing a little bit more clarity on that. So that's presented for your consideration today, as well as a resolution accepting and appropriating $98,496 in a forest sustainability fund from the Virginia Department of Forestry to support identified parks and recreation projects. In addition, authorization for the county administrator to execute a contract for the purchase of 3531 Whitehall Road, which includes 1.672 acres adjacent to the future site of the Sandy Hook Fire Station, Station 8. Authorization for the county administrator to execute an amendment to the special project service agreement with our Waste Management Authority for collection and recycling of CFC HCFC, also known as Freon. Next item for consideration is the request to set 2 public hearings, one for ordinances related to the plan of development review fees and another for environmental fees. And that would be to set a public hearing for August 5th on those 2 independent items. One, again, related to plan of development review fees, and the other related to environmental fees. Number 7 on your consideration for consent is the request to initiate and refer to the Planning Commission an amendment to the comprehensive plan related to the establishment of a technology overlay district. There is a community meeting scheduled for here in the County Administration Building on July 7th at 6 o'clock p.m. for interested citizens and staff who would like to learn more about that. as well as requesting to set a public hearing for October 7th, 2025, or earlier if necessary, to consider an ordinance amending the Goochland County Code to establish a technology zone. So a lot of things on consent agenda for your consideration today, board members. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda in its entirety?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the consent agenda items 1 through 8 as presented.
Second?
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Yes.
Yes, I just had a question on the item regarding the grant, the Forest Sustainability Award. It's my understanding, and just for confirmation, Dr. Rayleigh, this is a grant that we typically receive. We've reviewed it, that there's no strings attached, and we feel comfortable that with the parameters of the grant.
Yes, sir, that's correct. There are specific purposes identified in the grant. One is for outdoor recreation, one is for another public purpose. We're recommending the use for our Parks and Recreation program, and the identified uses are outlined in the packet and are appropriate for the grant.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a motion and second. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yay.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carried. Now, would like to make in accordance with the provisions of, excuse me?
New business.
Oh, about to forget you. I'm sorry.
I can be
Now,
unforgivable. That is quite all right.
let's turn it over to Dr. Rayleigh to present his transition plan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries at all, no worries at all. Just wanted to take a moment to share with the public. I shared some comments a little bit earlier today, but wanted to formalize some of the work that I'll be doing as your county administrator over the next several months. I referenced some of the things that I've done in the first couple of weeks, but ultimately that work is going to continue because there are many, many great things happening in our community that I need to learn, and there are some things that we ultimately can do as a community to grow even stronger than we already are. And wanted to formalize that in an entry plan that is shared with you today, board members, and is also at the back of the room for any citizens that would want to see that. And so have developed this entry plan for the benefit of the public, and ultimately this is in alignment with your goals, your mission, your vision, and the core values that we as a county government have established. And looking at this work through really three major buckets, and the first is building strong relationships with the Goochland community and understanding that we have many, many different stakeholders that we serve, and not only our residents, but our business partners and folks who interact with our community on a regional and statewide basis. And so you can see outlined in the document that I plan on having multiple listening sessions, conversations with our community, and ultimately a chance to learn and understand about the great things that are happening and growth opportunities. And as Ms. Moore referenced, the citizens are listed first for a reason. And ultimately, that is the reason my position exists, and that's to support you as board members, but ultimately to serve our community and serve the citizens who call Goochland home. And so you can see articulated on the next page, the large groups of individuals that I see myself meeting with and talking to and asking questions and seeking understanding, ultimately so that I can get a better understanding of the things that are happening, including faith-based organizations, building relationships with our media, as well as my fellow county administrators. I've had the chance to meet with 2 county administrators so far in the first several weeks, and looking forward to meeting with my colleagues in neighboring jurisdictions as well. Ultimately understanding the important role that we play as a community and regional partners on some really significant issues that impact us all. And I have shared with those individuals, we want a seat at the table, we want to be a part of the conversation, we want to be a part of the work so that ultimately what happens in one community impacts us as well. So we want to make sure that Goochland is represented, and that has been very warmly received in the conversations that I've had. In addition to conversations, there's a lot more out there that I need to learn, and looking at documents related to our budget documents, master plans, all the things that have happened in the past. Certainly a lot of great work has gone into planning documents and artifacts that are influential in our work of the past and moving forward. And also conversations with our county attorney regarding any legal matters that are impacting us, and looking at our organizational structure as well. I've had many conversations with folks about my commitment to understanding how we can be structured and organized as an administrative team to ultimately provide better customer service to our community, make sure that we are structured in a way that's sustainable, that we are meeting deadlines and providing excellent customer service to those that we interact with. And so I'm currently undergoing that analysis and asking questions and determining the strengths of our team and where we can best utilize our strengths and talents to make sure that we continue to move forward in a positive manner. And then the last thing is ultimately, okay, we've been listening, asking questions, and reading. Now what are we going to do? And it's an understanding that there are a lot of things that the board has already been doing that have been in play for many, many months and many years. And continuing that positive momentum in the next several weeks and the next several months so that the previous priorities can continue to be completed as identified by the board, but also through this listening session and review of artifacts and documents, understanding where we need to go from here and providing recommendations to the board for their consideration as we work together and strategize for our work in the future. All of that work ultimately is going to be shared with the public and done in the purview of the public, because ultimately we want to make sure that the citizens of our community know the work that we're doing and planning for the future. So board members wanted to share that with you today and ultimately share with our public so that they have an awareness of what their county administrator is doing on their behalf to have a successful transition into this role. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Thank you so much, and as I've said, go ahead, yes.
I just have a couple comments to make. First, I'm thrilled that one of the key words that Dr. Raley uses in this document is stakeholders. And I think that too often in our processes, what a lot of people see is just the individuals who are at the dais or in the crowd in a lot of these decisions we make. What it takes, however, is a dedicated county administrator leading a dedicated staff to have touch points throughout the county, throughout the region, throughout the state. And I can tell you I've had a number of meetings already in Dr. Raley's short tenure when he has already been ahead of the game. He's met with these individuals, and I can tell you we are many times more effective when we have a county administrator who is taking a stakeholder analysis and understanding that these decisions are often quite complex, and we need to draw in as many minds to the discussion as we can, but also all the people that are potentially impacted. So that is something I just wanted to commend Dr. Raley on. And then second, the theme of customer service is in the forefront in everything that Dr. Raley is doing. Deliverables, we've seen incredible progress already, and it is a theme that we have a dedication from the board side and seeing continue to improve, just continuous improvement on that front. The citizens are our customers, but also guests of the county, businesses that want to come make Goochland their home are also our customers. And it takes responsiveness. It takes very strong command of all the elements of the county to do that. And I'm thrilled that this document focuses on those two elements so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
I've told myself that I needed to make note of this, and I have neglected to do so 2 times already. But I want to publicly thank 2 people. I want to publicly thank Manny Alvarez and Lisa Biscayewicz, who have just been amazing to me through this transition. Prior to my start, they dedicated time out of their schedule to make sure that when I walked in the door, I had all the things that I needed to successfully start. And through the first several weeks, both Lisa and Manny have been there to counsel me, support me, calm me down when I got a little excited, and have just been tremendous teammates to me. And so Lisa and Manny, I'm really grateful for you and what you've done for me during this first several weeks, and thank you for everything.
Thank you all. Let's give them a hand. Lisa, I'm glad you're staying with us, and Manny, we're going to miss you. Okay, what else have we got for the good of the cause here before we?
Closed session.
We're going to get ready to go into a closed session. In accordance with the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, I move that Goochland County Board of Supervisors convene in closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the performance and duties of the county attorney. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Roll
All right. Oh, we're gonna do a roll call, okay, yeah.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Yay?
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes. Okay, we're now in closed session. Okay. Pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3712D, I move that the board members hereby certify that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Freedom of Information Act, and only the public business matters identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. Rayleigh, roll call, please.
Mr. Spoonhour,
Aye.
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Christie,
Yes.
Mr. Lau,
Yay.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yes. All right. Meeting adjourned until we have the evening session. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to reconvene the evening session of the July 1st, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting. The first order would be to have an open period for citizen comment. The board is offering a citizen comment period not intended to last more than an hour. This is the opportunity for residents to speak to the board about any issue involving the county that is not on the meeting agenda for public hearing. If you have comments about an issue scheduled for public hearing, you need to speak when that matter is called. Each person may speak for up to 3 minutes. The light timer, when the green light comes on, you have 3 minutes to speak. The first yellow, 1 minute left. The second blinking yellow would be 30 seconds, and then when the red light comes on, you should wrap it up. If you wish to speak for longer than 3 minutes, you may extend your time by having other residents come up, give their name, and cede their time to you. Your time is increased by 2 minutes for each person who does so, up to 10 minutes total. I'll now open the period. Anyone like to speak on anything? Ms. Moore's not coming. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. Now we have a public hearing for District 4, RZ 2024-00011, which is an application by Markwell Eagle Advisors, LLC, Project Highfield, requesting to rezone 138.52 acres from agricultural limited, A2, to residential planned unit development, or PUD, with proffered conditions for a residential subdivision at 2114 Rockville Road on tax map number 47-3-0-B-1 and a portion of 2106 Rockville Road on tax map 47-3-0-B-0. The comprehensive plan designates this area as a single-family residential medium density. I believe Mr. Gillespie will present. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Chair Winfrey, members of the board, Dr. Raley. The application before you has been stated. I will present summary information from the staff report in this presentation. The vicinity map on the left shows the subject property inside the red circle in the northeast area of Goochland County. The aerial image on the right shows the property outlined in red and the immediate area. The zoning map on the left shows the property outlined in red, south of I-64. The property is zoned agricultural general A2. Surrounding properties are zoned A2 and residential planned unit development, or PUD. Properties along Ashland Road north of I-64 are zoned industrial general M2. The future land use map on the right from the 2035 comprehensive plan shows the property outlined in red. The property is planned for single-family residential medium density, as are properties to the south. Properties to the east are planned for prime economic development, to the west, planned for rural enhancement, and to the northeast, industrial and flexible. The Goochland County Code includes a statement of intent for the agricultural general A2 zoning district that the subject property has currently. This district is intended to provide a transitional rural area between the general agricultural district A1 and more intense development occurring in the eastern portion of the county. This district allows for agricultural and forestal uses commingled with rural residential development with 2-acre lot minimum size and agricultural-based businesses. This district serves to protect agricultural and forestal lands, thereby conserving the county's natural resources. The A2 districts are generally found east of Route 522 and 607 and west of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District and are generally designated on the comprehensive plan for rural enhancement. Apologize, that got cut off the screen. The Goochland County 2035 comprehensive plan describes the planned single-family residential medium density district as follows. It says, single-family residential medium density includes areas planned for single-family residential uses with an average lot size of 1 acre. The table on this sheet shows the subject property, Highfield, and 2 other projects with their density as approved. Highfield is proposed at 1 unit to the acre. Surrounding property to the south, Tuckahoe Bridge, approved and developed at 1 unit to the acre. And Mannequin Town, a little further to the south, the next nearest project approved is 6 units to the acre. The subject property is located in the designated growth area, located in the northeast part of Goochland County. It is located in a designated growth area, in this case, the Centerville Village. You can see the subject property outlined in red. The brown designates the village areas, and the purple in this map is what is found in our GIS mapping, which is the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. So to match this up, you can see the subject property is at the edge of the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. It is served, and it is in the designated growth area, in this case, Centerville Village. The application includes proffered zoning conditions that are summarized here. The full proffered conditions are provided in agenda packet pages 214 to 218. Just to state them in summary, as Chair Winfrey has recited the application for the acreage from 138.52 acres to a requested RPUD, Residential Planned Unit Development District, including proffered conditions, principally related, just summarizing, principally related to density and layout, road improvements, building design, and capital impacts. The density and layout is proffered as a single-family residential development of 138 lots, including preserved wetlands, 3 road access points, and an interconnection to the newly developed Tuckahoe Bridge neighborhood. The road improvements that are proffered would implement recommendations of the Rockville Road Safety Study that was authored by VDOT in 2024, and additional extensive improvements to the road profile to reduce blind hills. They include building design for architectural standards with building materials and sprinklers in each home, and capital impacts calculated from the cash proffer per the capital impact model. The application was presented to the public for discussion at community meetings and reviewed by Goochland County government departments, schools, and the Virginia Department of Transportation before and after the application was made. This is a high-level list of meetings and materials that precede the public hearing to be held tonight before the board. For community meetings, the applicant held 3 community meetings in January 2024, April 2024, and in January 2025. Alongside of that, there were reviews at different stages by county government departments, county schools, and the Virginia Department of Transportation. It was reviewed during pre-application stages and after community meetings. There were hearings. There was a hearing at the Planning Commission meeting. That regular meeting was in May on the 15th, and the Planning Commission recommended denial at that meeting. Proffer changes were made after the Planning Commission. They were received June 6th, and they address some of the points that were discussed at the Planning Commission, particularly related to timing of construction of houses as well as road improvements. And those are included in the amended proffers have been available. They're included in the agenda packet, pages 214 to 218. It moved the start of new home construction from 2027 to 2028, and the number of new homes were reduced per year from 40 to 36. Concept plan is shown on the screen for 138 lots on about 138 acres. That has been described and is included in the agenda packet, page 178. Some notable elements are called out here. There are 3 entrances to the subdivision, 2 on Rockville Road, 1 to the Tuckahoe Bridge subdivision. There's a 100-foot buffer along Rockville Road where the standard requirement is 50 feet. There's a 100-foot deep buffer along I-64 where the standard requirement is 35 feet. Larger lots are shown, a little hard to see in this version of the concept. It's a little bit of washout in terms of the color on it, but try that again. The property basically split with left-right, left being the west. The western area includes the larger lots in the development, and lots in the eastern half, shown here, are smaller. Lots that are adjacent to Tuckahoe Bridge have the same lot width and preserved landscape area as in the Tuckahoe Bridge subdivision. The applicant has proffered road improvements on-site and off-site to improve visibility and safety of roadway conditions. In this exhibit, entrance features are shown to provide identity at a human scale, to direct visitors to the neighborhood, and to slow vehicles in the neighborhoods, including between the point of connection at Tuckahoe Bridge coming into or out of Tuckahoe Bridge and Highfield at that point of entry. Having a human scale entrance feature reminds people that they're in a neighborhood where people are walking. The applicant has proffered road improvements on-site and off-site to improve visibility and safe way of roadway conditions. Those improvements implement the recommendations of the 2024 Rockville Road Safety Study that VDOT conducted, and additional work as well. The improvements are shown here on the left, looking down on the property and in a cross-section view, and on the right, looking in what is described sometimes as K factors, or the horizontal and vertical curves. So those are shown in detail here and also in your packet. They relate to continuing a northbound eastern travel lane, adjusting the southbound lane, installing a shoulder on the west side, paving the median, pruning trees within the eastern right-of-way, installing right turn lanes, and installing a left turn lane at the main entrance, and clearing additional lanes in the road, clearing additional trees in the road right-of-way. Additionally, the applicant has proffered to fill and to cut portions of the road along the frontage of the subject property and in a portion in front of the Tuckahoe Bridge subdivision. This would reduce the grade at two existing points and and eliminate an existing curve issue and increase site distance. The applicant has proffered, in addition, elevations that include architectural exterior materials that limit the property and require brick, stone, cementitious siding, also known as hardy plank is one example of cementitious siding, EIFS, which is a synthetic stucco, or a combination of those materials. No other materials would be allowed for the architectural elevations. That's within the development for quality development. The project also includes a turn lane waiver. Left turns are planned for the northernmost entrance. The application includes a proposed turn lane waiver for left turns in the southernmost entrance. The land needed to build a left turn at the southernmost entrance is located in the roadside buffer area included in the Tuckahoe Bridge common area. The applicant has proffered to construct a left turn at the southernmost entrance if the owner of the common area will make the land available for the road project and join in an application to amend road proffers for an enhanced roadside buffer at Tuckahoe Bridge in that area. That concludes a staff presentation of a summary of the application. If there are any questions at this time, I would be happy to answer those.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I believe the applicant is here. Would the applicant like to speak at this time?
I'll get you in just a second. Excuse me. All right, you're up. And you know do you know how to operate all this? No. That's advance, reverse, and the red dot.
This is reverse.
Mhm.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Raley. My name is Natalie Croft with Eagle Construction, here on behalf of the applicant, Markel Eagle. There we go. Eagle Construction is a company based around 4 core values: passion, accountability, respect, and commitment. From Parkside Village to the Bluffdons, we have built several beautiful, vibrant communities within Goochland County, leading with these values. Our rezoning request before you this evening is for a 138-acre property on Rockville Road we're calling Highfield. The property is located within the Tuckahoe Creek Service District and within the Centerville Village as designated in the county's comprehensive plan. In the comp plan, the very first thing you'll see in the land use chapter is the goal to preserve the county's rural character. And the first paragraph in that chapter details a framework of how this can be achieved. It states, the plan lays out a future land use vision that includes distinct growth areas and the retention of significant rural areas. The plan directs new development to major villages and designated growth areas in order to preserve the rural character of the county. Over 85% of the county is recommended as rural enhancement area. Preservation of these areas is encouraged by directing the growth to major villages and the designated growth area. This is a map of the recommended land use, and the areas shaded in white represent rural enhancement areas. Here's where Highfield is located in the little red dashed circle, and the plan specifically states that without a variety of residential options in the eastern portion of the county, rural areas remain attractive for new residential development. When we zoom in, we can see the detailed land use plan for Centerville Village. For Highfield, as well as other parcels, the plan recommends single-family medium-density development. The village also has prime economic development uses, commercial uses, and a higher density residential land use. What it doesn't have is area recommended for rural enhancement. This is Centerville Village. This is the primary location for development in the county in the next 20 years. The comp plan specifically states that Centerville will not be rural. We started planning and designing Highfield over 3 years ago, pausing at staff's request during the Centerville Village Small Area Plan. Throughout our process, we have had 3 formal community meetings, a handful of smaller community chats, as well as several development review meetings with county staff. Kicking off our community engagement, Kicking off our community engagement, we shared a concept of 199 detached homes with 1 entrance on Rockville and the required Osborne Ridge Road connection in Tuckahoe Bridge North. The 2 overarching comments we heard from the community were keep the density consistent with the comp plan and make Rockville Road safer. Using all the feedback, our number of homes now aligns with the comp plan's recommended density. Our neighborhood features several different types of lots, creating more character and variety in its streetscape. The 21 lots in the westernmost portion of the site are proffered to be between 1 and 3 acres in size. These, coupled with the wide, undisturbed floodplain, provide for a smooth transition to the rural enhancement area further west. 40% of our overall acreage of the site is shown as open space, and our roadways are designed with a wider 56-foot right-of-way width. We've created more internal connectivity within Highfield and more direct, efficient routing through our own neighborhood to Rockville Road. We redesigned the required connection to the Osborne Ridge Road stub. The revised layout is designed so Osborne Ridge Road is simply a short link between 2 separate through roads within each neighborhood. The biggest change to the internal layout was the addition of a second point of access on Rockville. Although not required by the county or VDOT, this access was a request from the community during our community meetings. It is currently designed with right-in, right-out access only. A left turn lane in from Rockville does in fact meet spacing standards, but what we don't have is the adequate right-of-way width. Additional right-of-way would be needed from the Tuckahoe Bridge 100-foot buffer along Rockville. Because this buffer was proffered with that rezoning case, an amendment to the case is needed to reduce the buffer. As staff noted, we have proffered that if the necessary area and county approvals to construct the turn lane are secured, we will build it with our other roadway improvements. We have already pursued this with the property owner, but have not received a response. All of our new homes will be constructed with high-quality materials and a high level of architectural detailing. Fire suppression or sprinkler systems have also been proffered for each and every new home. With regard to fire prevention, I want to make sure There is no ambiguity or confusion. Our Highfield proposal fully complies with the Virginia statewide fire prevention code. The code states that 2 fire apparatus access roads are required for developments of more than 30 homes unless all homes are sprinklered. Because we have proper sprinklers in all homes, Highfield is not required to have 2 fire apparatus access roads. The remoteness standard reads, when 2 fire apparatus access roads are required, and then I stop reading. Because again, 2 apparatus access roads are not required. The remoteness standard in this case is not applicable to Highfield. Public safety comments include a concern about the distance between our 2 entrances if a situation were to arise where they both are blocked. In this event, Highfield is accessible through the required stub road connection through Osborne Ridge Road and Tuckahoe Bridge North. While this route into Highfield is available, we do not anticipate Highfield traffic using Tuckahoe Bridge North roads to access their own neighborhood. Our traffic engineer studied travel times and found that it's significantly quicker for all but maybe 5 Highfield lots to utilize the Highfield main entrance to get home. So Rockville Road is listed in the county's major thoroughfare plan as a minor collector road with a recommended upgrade to a major collector road. Our proffered improvements to Rockville involve the overall corridor, not just along our frontage, improving sight distance, widening the roadways, installing turn lanes, implementing VDOT's safety recommendations, and most significantly, the regrading and reconstructing of almost a half mile of Rockville Road. One of the biggest impacts to improving sight distance and safety is our commitment to regrade the shoulder and clear trees along the northern line of Rockville south of that interstate. This improvement will open up the line of sight all the way from the interstate bridge to the Highfield entrance. Motorists on Rockville coming over the bridge will be able to see the full extent of the curve, and motorists exiting Highfield will be able to see any oncoming traffic all the way to the bridge. So this is Rockville Road today, coming over the interstate looking toward Highfield. The trees that you see on the left-hand side are the ones that I'm talking about clearing, opening up the line of sight all the way to the Highfield entrance. So this is the before picture. And this is the after. Before, after. Wide open line of sight all the way from the entrance to the bridge. The entrance location will be 4 lanes wide due to turn lane configurations. Then you'll have the paved shoulder. Then you'll have a 100-foot buffer, creating a much wider, clear recovery zone with no trees on the outside of the curve. The image on the top shows the existing conditions once you've crossed over the bridge heading toward Ashland Road. You have a narrow pavement width, steep, narrow shoulders, and large trees on both sides of the road. The image on the bottom shows the improvements we are proposing. Again, a wider pavement section, paved shoulder, 100-foot buffer to include a black rail fence pushed back off the road and the landscaping set back even farther, opening up the view sheds and providing a flat, wide recovery zone. Traveling down Rockville, here's the view at our main entrance. And here's the view between our 2 entrances on Rockville Road. So these roadway improvements are proffered to tie into the improvements at Tuckahoe Bridge, so there's no gap in, the improvements from each project. But the most significant improvement in the corridor is our commitment to regrade and reconstruct nearly a half mile of Rockville, removing 2 knolls and filling the corresponding sag, creating one gentle, smooth hill, and eliminating the roller coaster effect. The orange areas are the cut, and the green shaded areas the fill. This reconstruction also greatly improves sight distance for motorists turning left into Tuckahoe Bridge. The sight distance at the entrance to Tuckahoe Bridge North is improved from 815 feet, shown by red, to 1,000 feet, shown by the blue line. This road reconstruction is estimated to take 3 to 4 months. The staff report notes that the timing of this road closure should be considered in relation to other area projects. Our road improvements are proffered to be done before any homes are built. And we anticipate and are on track for improvements to be completed next summer in 2026. The Hockett Road realignment project is scheduled to start construction in 28, so 2 years after our improvements would be complete. And the Ashland Road 64 interchange project is scheduled to start construction in the fall of 26. Our improvement, shown in yellow, will not overlap with any of the construction phases of the other roadway projects in the corridor, and will occur after various Ashland Road improvements are already complete. and then we're going to pause. We are going to wait until other roadway improvements in the area are nearing completion before we begin any home construction. With no building permit applications submitted until 2028 and a limit of 36 building permit applications submitted in any calendar year, this will prevent a rush of new homes and instead slowly add residents and the associated vehicular trips. Staff report emphasizes the need for improvements to Rockville, yet there currently is no VDOT or county plan or funding in place for any changes or improvements. The only plan for real, tangible, effective improvements to Rockville Road is the plan we are proposing this evening through private development and private investment. Our plan focuses the improvements to the areas that have been identified as being the most critical: the blind curve from the interstate, the narrow, steep shoulders, the large trees, and the specifically referenced Blind Hill north of Tug Hoe Bridge will all be improved. Elsewhere along the corridor, we are implementing every single one of VDOT's recommended improvements to the Rockville Road right-of-way in their 24 safety study. We are also regrading the right-of-way at the corner of St. Matthews and Rockville to allow greater sight distance there. We've committed to improving the entire corridor, and we are not asking for a single home over the recommended density in order to do it. Other benefits include the extension of 5,000 linear feet of oversized 16-inch water line to our site from Ashland Road, unlocking public utilities to the prime economic development site across the street, checking that box for the marketing and future development of that key property. This not only provides the actual infrastructure, but also generates additional TCSD tax revenue by developing vacant properties already located in the TCSD. Additionally, as the staff report notes, availability of housing is becoming increasingly important to businesses who are looking to locate or expand in Goochland County. But what we believe is the most significant benefit to the county is the way in which this rezoning case will set a new, higher standard for future development. This rezoning process has been unlike any other rezoning process we've been through in Goochland, but I believe we've risen to the occasion. From fire suppression to unprecedented roadway improvements for a neighborhood of this size, to incorporating 1 to 3 acre lots within the village, to pausing for 1.5 years after completing our roadway improvements before building any homes, all while aligning with the comp plan density. This case will cement the understanding that this is the expectation for new development in Goochland County. We respectfully request your approval this evening. I would like to reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open it up for citizen comment. And the same rules apply that you all heard me talk about as far as the time limitations and so forth. I would like to invite those who want to speak to come. We've reserved space on the front row here, so it'll make it a little bit easier. If you'll come down and sit on the front row if you intend to, front row, and if you intend to speak. I'll now open it for citizen comment.
Hi, I'm Michelle Williamson, 2262 Wheatlands Drive, and I'm giving my time to him.
Good evening. My name is Rob Williamson. I live at 2262 Wheatlands Drive. What's the word for a phenomena where you improve one aspect of a thing and the rest seems worse by comparison? Google can't find an English word for that, but you can find a German one with 19 letters. I don't speak German, so I'm not going to try to pronounce it. So let's compare this word with 3 provisions of the comp plan. Number 1 is density. It meets medium density. There's one aspect. But it does not satisfy a need, necessity, convenience, or general welfare. The second issue with the comp plan, growth that doesn't outrun key services like fire and rescue. I feel looks to add 60 new calls a year to Avery Point's already greater than 700 calls per year. If there was already a fire station in District 4 to relieve the pressure on Company 3, then maybe that would be something we could consider. But again, it's making it worse until then. Third, minimize traffic impacts. Highfield is expected to improve about a half a mile of road frontage. That's another positive aspect. However, let's look at the rest of what makes it worse by comparison. There's approximately 3 miles of Rockville Road that needs improvements from Ashland Road to the Hanover line, and it has a very low priority. And this project improves nothing in either direction beyond Highfield, across the bridge to Hanover or to Ashland Road. So the plan has one fully functional entrance with all sight lines and turning lanes, then relying on one partial access with right in, right out only. Plus uses the Tuckahoe Bridge connector and entrance in all directions, in, out, and through, which is mitigated access with restricted egress at best. The hill that you're talking about removing doesn't improve the blind spot when you come from Ashland Road to make the left-hand turn. Once you're at the top of the hill, yeah, you can see an extra 150 or 200 feet, but that's not where the conflict is. It's right at the top of the hill, which is blind until the last second. So Tuckahoe Bridge's entrance violates VDOT's Appendix F Section 2 intersection design. Grades at intersections should be nearly level as possible. Tuckahoe Bridge has a blind opposing traffic sight line due to the grade. That's a fail for VDOT. Sight distances also must be sufficient to enable drivers to prepare for and avoid potential conflicts. Another fail. Both Tuckahoe Bridge cases, the problems were identified and did not get the fix in grades and sight lines. They used mitigating actions to put a Band-Aid on the issue. So the result is 187 homes, in other words, greater than 1,400 vehicles per day, will be forced to share these appalling entrances. Again, the German word for extra issues. But it gets worse. The greater than 1,400 vehicles per day will be sent to the Rockville-Ashland Road intersection, a failing intersection. Again, it's just compounding the problem. Some say not all will go to Ashland Road. That small percentage will go to St. Matthews, a small country lane to Broad Street, because Broad Street is the only signalized option. Another failed intersection, which is so bad it requires Hockett Road realignment that hadn't even started. So in conclusion, I have one more question. There's been a proffer to obtain a right-of-way if Tuckahoe Bridge concedes land and some things are changed. We all know that's not going to happen. What about getting right-of-way from the other side of the road where there are 227 acres across the street? Has that even been considered? Before waiving a requirement for turn lanes and et cetera, because of the right-of-way issue, all reasonable options should be explored. So in any case, until the rest of Rockville Road gets a higher priority, Tuckahoe Bridge's entrance is properly fixed, Rockville and Ashland Road intersection is properly improved, the Hockett Road realignment has been completed, and then St. Matthews at Broad Street properly analyzed, and a new District 4 fire station is completed, this project should be denied. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Wood, 2113 Tuckahoe Bridge Drive, and I'm ceding my time to John Dettori.
Dustin Griffey, 512 Three Chop Road, ceding my time to John.
Are you speaking to him?
Again, remember, that's your red line.
Okay.
No, you have to cede my time.
Oh, my name is Patricia Alvis. I live at 18459 Dogwood Trail, Rockville, Virginia. He's going to speak for us.
Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, Dr. Rayleigh. A couple of weeks, my name is John Dottore. I live at 2130 Tuckahoe Bridge Drive in Mannequin-Sabat. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke at the Planning Commission, and my message then was, I don't think we're quite there yet. I haven't changed that position. I do believe that we can get to yes, and I'd like the opportunity to explain both of those positions to you. We have up on the map here a little bit more detailed map of, whoops, let me go backwards here. I wanted to, sorry. Okay, up on the map here, just for full disclosure, so I live right there. This is Tuckahoe Bridge Section 1. This is Tuckahoe Bridge Section 2. And we are surrounded by activity there. Activity meaning rezoning for applications, applications for rezoning. This would be a Mannequin golf course here. This is Mannequin Town. Of course, the Highfield development up here. And what was not shown on earlier maps is the Main Street Homes proposed development here. So we're surrounded by all of that, and most of us are perfectly okay with that. I fully expected and understood when we moved in, we weren't going to be the only ones, and that there would be development activity going on around us. And I would think that it would be careful, thoughtful growth, and I would like to see most of that proceed. Most of it meaning I'd love to see the golf course stay a golf course, or the county buy it as a park. But other than that, for the rest of those, I think it should proceed in an orderly and sensible manner for what redevelopment might look like. This is Rockville Road, sorry, that's I-64 up there. This is Rockville Road, and what you don't see down here is the exit from Tuckahoe Bridge North, turning right, and the two exits or entrances from the proposed Highfield development, turning right, go down off the map here to the infamous Rockville Road Ashland interchange there, which is a dangerous interchange as it is, and adding more cars to that will make it more dangerous. So that's kind of my full disclosure there on where I am. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. There we go. This is, again, Tuckahoe Bridge 1 in more detail. We're separated by Sycamore Creek here, Phase 1, and then Tuckahoe Bridge Phase 2 here. The applicant has indicated that the Highfield development, which is right up above here, is the layout of the land mirrors Tuckahoe Bridge Phase 2, and it's compatible with Tuckahoe Bridge Phase 2, and that's inaccurate on both accounts. In terms of the lay of land mirroring it, Tuckahoe Bridge Phase 2, which is right here, is 49 homes. The proposed development is 138 homes. Tuckahoe Bridge Phase 2, the smallest lots are 1/3 of an acre, 0.33, for those of you who like decimals. In the proposed development, Highfield up here, 109 homes will be 0.2 to 0.25 acres. That's 75% of their homes will be smaller, 40% smaller than, I'm sorry, 45% of the lots will be, 75% of the lots will be 40% smaller than any of the lots in Tuckahoe Bridge, so it does not mirror it by any means. Tuckahoe Bridge, again, Section 2, was approved for a full-service entry and exit here for reasons beyond their control. It was mitigated to something else. The Highfield development, again, as proposed, I think it's proposed for 2 full-service entrances, but we just heard about the issues with the second entrance. If that can't be granted through land use from the builder, then they're going to need an exceptional waiver from the board in order to allow that to happen here. So it really doesn't mirror, nor is it compatible with Tuckahoe Bridge. In one of the first 2 community meetings at Tuckahoe Bridge, this connector road to Osborne Ridge, some of the residents sternly asked the applicant, how does that benefit Tuckahoe Bridge to tie into Highfield? Well, the answer was, well, you could go through there, go out to Rockville Road and turn left, and you can't turn left now. That was the only answer given, and there was quite an uproar that they found, meaning Tuckahoe Bridge Section 2 there, found absolutely no use for that connector road. Many of those people didn't even know that was a connector road when they bought it there. For those of you who are wondering, what do homes look like on 0.2 to 0.25 acre lot lines? There it is. So this picture was taken at a development that's under construction now called Sweet Spire. The builder in that development is the same builder for Highfield. Those are what homes look like on 0.2 to 0.25 acres. I measured that exactly, the distance between those homes, to be between 4 and 5 air conditioning units. It's too tight, in my opinion, for something like that to enhance the rural character of Goochland County that far out. If this was Mannequin Town and they're proposing 0.2 to 0.25 acre lots with homes like that, I think that's probably appropriate. That far out in the county next to a rural enhancement area, that looks too tight to me. So my concerns are primarily safety about the proposed development. We've heard about the negative impact of traffic on Rockville Road, the shutdown for Rockville Road, which will be 3 to 4 months is proposed, but it's likely going to be 4 to 6 months, which is a concern for fire and safety to all of the residents there. Adding the proposed development of 138 homes will dump an extra 1,000 car trips a day, just that development. I think the earlier number was both developments, Tuckahoe Bridge North and the proposed Highfield development. So just Highfield will add an additional 1,000 cars a day. Traffic onto that road, most turning right towards the Ashland-Rockville Road dangerous intersection. So those are my safety concerns. I think it's also hard to ignore Chief Ferguson's letter of record, where he strongly opposes a development of that size in that location on that road. And it's hard to ignore the Planning Commission unanimous vote to recommend denying the application as it sits right now. So I started out by saying I think we can get to yes. I don't think we're there yet. Why do I think we can get to yes? Because Tuckahoe Bridge was built. Anyone who's looked at that knows it was a long and windy road. And at some point in the past, the community got together, the developer got together, the builder got together, the Planning Commission got together, and the board ultimately agreed we can get to yes. And Tuckahoe Bridge was built, and as a result, we loved it and we moved in there. And I think we can get to yes here as well in time. I just don't believe that we're there yet. Thank you, and I respectfully request that you deny the application.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. I'm Nancy Laundrie. I live at 2140 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabat, and I am giving my time to Mary Beth.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mary Beth Dotori. I live at 2130 Tuckahoe Bridge, and I am here tonight because the safety of our community is at stake. Let me be clear. This is not no growth. This is not now. Not until we can guarantee the safety of every family, student, and commuter who uses Rockville and Ashland Road. We are not here to oppose growth. We are here to insist on responsible growth, growth that honors our values, our safety, and our commitment to one another. The intersection of Rockville and Ashland Road is already failing. Not just a traffic problem, it's a safety crisis. Traffic engineers warn that Highfield's 138 new homes will add nearly 1,000 new trips per day on Rockville Road alone. Critically, the majority of these cars will be exiting Rockville via Ashland Road and returning the same way, funneling even more vehicles through this already overburdened intersection. This will push the left turn onto Ashland to level of service F, oversaturated, unsafe, and unacceptable for our families and children. At the April 30th community meeting, county staff members made it clear The improvements needed for Rockville and Ashland are only long-term goals. There are no approvals, no funding, and no construction timeline. These are not plans, they are wishes for safety. The applicant has been well aware of the Rockville-Ashland interchange issue since January of 2023. Yet in the year and a half since, they have ignored repeated calls to address this critical safety issue. Instead, they only offered to fix their own frontage about a half mile of Rockville Road. The developer's proposal, minor improvements to half a mile of Rockville Road, basically their own frontage, while the real choke point at Ashland is left to struggle. In 4 public meetings, the developer offered no meaningful solution for this dangerous intersection. The result, 1,000 extra cars per day funneled into an already failing, unsafe intersection, putting our community at risk. Let me be clear, for those of you who are thinking, the I-64 interchange project scheduled for 2026 to 2029 would improve conditions of the Rockville-Ashland interchange, it will not. The project is solely focused on traffic improvements in the Short Pump and Goochland corridor and does nothing to address the critical safety and congestion issue at Rockville and Ashland. That means years of increased danger, gridlock, and risk for all of us, with no guarantee fixed for our safety in sight. Goochland's comprehensive plan and community development principles are clear. Growth must protect public safety, support infrastructure, and minimize harm to exiting neighborhoods. Allowing this intersection to degrade to a failing level violates these principles and endangers every person who travels these roads. Delaying Highfield is not about stopping growth. It's about ensuring that when growth comes, it comes with the roads, the service, and the infrastructure that keeps our families safe. It's about showing that in Goochland, we put people's safety before projects and community before convenience. So board members tonight, it's not just about a vote. It's about what kind of community we want to be and how seriously we take the safety of our neighbors. Will we be remembered for rushing into growth at the expense of safety and trust? Or for standing firm on our values, making sure every new home is matched by safe roads, reliable service, and infrastructure that protects our families? Let's not settle for promises that may never come true. Let's not gamble with the safety and well-being of our neighbors. Tonight, let's say, not now, not until we have a real plan, real funding, and a real commitment to safety for every person who calls Goochland home. Vote no on Highfield, please. Show the people of Goochland that their safety, their voice, and their community still matter most. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. A lot has been said of what I wanted to say, so I'm going to try to make this quick. We have met with Mark L. Eagle.
Your
My
name?
name is Larry Barker, 2170 Mannequin Road. I'm partial to fire rescue, as you know. I'm a lifetime member of Company 3, so I take this stuff seriously. Like I said, we've met with Mark L. Eagle several times with a group of us citizens. There's nothing personal against them. They've listened to what we've had to say and are trying to accommodate what some of the problems may be. It doesn't matter. It's not them. John Doe could be applying for the same subdivision, and the same issues and problems would still be there. Fire Rescue has sent their report to county staff, and I would like to quickly highlight some of their concerns. Rockville Road is the most dangerous road in the county that's not an interstate. There have been 7 fatal accidents over the years, with 3 of them at the proposed entrance to Highfield. The proposed development has potential to generate 60 fire rescue incidents annually. And with Station 7 currently on hold, the added call volume could strain current available staffing. Just last year, Company 3 and Company Run ran over 3,000 calls, East End companies. The amount of additional traffic produced by the new subdivision will make the intersection of Rockville Road and Ashland Road a failed intersection sooner. Now, I would like to add a few more numbers to this to show the dangerousness of Rockville Road. From 2019 to 2023, that's 5 years before Tuckahoe Bridge North was started. There were 28 accidents on Goochland portion of Rockville Road, which is approximately 2.5 miles long. The time frame is before Tuckahoe Bridge North and involved just local traffic between Rockville and Ashland Road. For 2024, there were 8 accidents with 6 of them involved in injuries. And this is still on the 2.5 mile road of Rockville Road that Goochland covers. So far on 2025, there have been 5 accidents with 3 injuries, and we're only halfway through the year. So Rockville Road is just a dangerous, dangerous road. If you add the 1,400 vehicles a day, which is their estimate of 10 per house, so it'd be 1,380, and add another 500 from the Tuckahoe Bridge, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what is going to happen. There's a reason Rockville Road is the most dangerous road in the county. It is just an old, windy, hilly country road with ditches. Being proactive and improving Rockville Road entirely to accommodate new subdivisions and all of the additional traffic before the subdivisions are approved makes the most sense. You cannot be reactive and approve subdivisions and then figure out the road won't handle the traffic. Public safety should be top priority above all else. That includes safety for the residents, safety for the sheriff's deputies, and for fire rescue personnel responding to calls. If you haven't traveled Rockville Road before, it would be hard to understand the concerns of all involved. So I suggest if you haven't traveled it, travel it. Thank you.
Marie Owens, 621 Fed Lane, Mannequin Sabbath. So I'm kind of tired, both mentally and physically, from continuously having to come to these meetings to state my position on our county remaining rural. I believe strongly in having a house on a real acre, although I would prefer one on 2 acres, which is my definition of medium density, not 5 houses in 1 acre and some open land that is not able to be built on, which is how the county calculates density. I don't see anything wrong with just 50 or 55 houses on that 138 acres. I know numerous emails and mailings have been sent to both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, and I would like to remind the elected officials here that you are but a small percentage of all of the residents that reside in eastern Goochland who have expressed their displeasure about increased volume of tight-fitting homes and the dangers of Rockville Road. Please deny the zoning application. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Markham. I live at 2038 Rockville Road, about 2 properties down from the proposed development. People have been much more articulate and researched this better than myself. So I just want to voice my concern about the impact this is going to have on the enrollment at Randolph Elementary specifically, where my 2 children go to school. My wife is out of town. She would be here. She's been very vocal on this aspect. And then obviously to reiterate what Larry had to say about the safety concerns for the road. The road is just not designed to handle the type of traffic that we would see from this. But yeah, I just want to keep it short. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for the job you do.
My name is Spencer Smith, 15692 Mosaic Creek Boulevard. Goochland is a big place. I looked it up in the web. It says 290 square miles, 40 miles long. And you got 5 schools, a high school, a middle school, and 3 elementary schools, the nerve of which to this Highfield community is over 7 miles. So by the time the bus comes, picks up kids, picks up the rest of the people in the east end of Buchan County and gets to school, those poor kids are on a bus probably an hour each way. Now, if you're going to take a kid on a bus for an hour and then expect him to do well in school, he ain't. And if you take a kid on a bus for an hour on the way home, he's no good for studying. So it doesn't work. And I have not seen any information at all that you're building another elementary school to handle all these houses you're building on the east end of Buchan County. I mean, there are sites that are perfect for an elementary school, but I haven't seen any indication that you're going to do this. You know, you get money from the taxes of 150 homes. You're supposed to make the investment that makes that sensible. So an elementary school financially costs money, but having these little kids on school buses for an hour makes no sense at all. As far as the Rockville Road, on the presentation that Highfield has made, they have not addressed all the accidents that have happened on that road. There are white crosses bolted to trees all the way up for people who have died on that street. They should have investigated and find out what the causes are and not just talk about how we make a better left turn or a right turn, but how do we fix that street so people don't die on it all the time? And one more comment I would make. Amazon Web Services was looking for a data center site. And did they go to Buchan County? They went to Louisa. All those bright, well-paid, wonderful jobs we did not get. There's something wrong.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Bent, 72 Harvey Road, Rockville, Virginia. I've sent all of you a lot of emails in the past couple of weeks, so I'm going to let Linda, I'm going to give her my time. Thank you.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin Sabbath. For 11 years now, I have participated in trying to make sure that we have growth that is sustainable. I am a little disappointed. My group worked very hard with Tuckahoe Bridge to get them to a happy medium. No, it did not make everybody in the world happy, okay? But we made the best decision for Tuckahoe Bridge, and you have heard from John and his wife how wonderful it is for them to be living here in Goochland. That took 18 months of working with a developer who wanted to work with us. They wanted to work with my small group. And, you know, I guess I'm disappointed because I really hoped that we could be able to get to yes, like we were with Tuckahoe Bridge, but we're not there now, okay? I listened to the calls from Fire and Rescue. I know Rockville Road. I almost lost my life and the life of 3 small children on Rockville Road. And it was because of the weather, yeah, but the road is just not there. And we met with VDOT when Wilton Acquisition wanted to come in back in 2015. And, you know, we are trying to be the best stewards of our community. I would ask if you to at least defer it, if rather than approve it as such. I would like to see some happy medium with it, and phasing. You know, the phasing is not a part of the RPUD, but it is for Mannequin Town. An MPUD has phasing, where we know they've already said that they're not going to do but 36 homes a year, correct? I mean, that's what I heard. I don't know if I heard it right. But we really need to focus on 36 a year, and whether or not the environmental factors of Rockville Road. I always thought it was a swamp. I mean, that's what they told me 44 years ago when I moved to the area, that it was a swamp. I don't know. I mean, you see the green as well as I do on the maps. You know what FEMA's regulations are. You do know that we do have zoning ordinances that say that we are supposed to have multiple entrances for over 49 homes. And yet I don't see that in the cards, okay? You know, I'm holding a hand, and it feels like I'm holding the Joker's, because it really does not feel like it's safe. And like I said, I am all for development. I am not a NAMBY, and there are a lot of, but we really need to look at the unintended consequences that will come with doing it. If you would, I would prefer, if you, rather than you approve it, if you would please offer to defer it, you know, if the developer is willing, so that we can work out these issues successfully. Thank you so much.
My name is Patricia Hendy. I live in Wheatlands. We exit off Mannequin Road. I want to talk about people. We've talked about a lot of things, roads and traffic. Of course, traffic is major because we're going to have a lot of school buses on these roads, a lot of children. That's really important, but I want to talk about Chief Ferguson. The Planning Commission has denied this plan. They looked at it, they listened, and they made a decision. And it's understandable. Our Chief of Fire and Safety has said, no, it's not safe. How can we go forward and approve it when this man who has spent 43 years of his life and an oath to the county that he will protect, how can we ask him to send men in and women to a fire that he said, well, it shouldn't have been built like that? How can we insult his opinion that way? It's hurtful for me to think that we would do that. So I'm going to ask you to deny it. But I want to tell you what happened to me, because this is a human story. Maybe you'd rather not listen, but that's okay. Anybody who wants to listen up there can hear it. My house caught on fire. It didn't catch on fire initially. The house down the road did. And it was a windy day. So we had 5 fire units from different counties come to put out this fire. And because it was windy, a cinder flew onto our roof, igniting our roof. We had trucks coming in there. We had rescue ambulances. It was a traffic jam. And of course, the people all came out to watch. And my husband called and told me, you might not be able to get in here because of the traffic and all of the fire equipment. Well, if another house had caught on fire, it would have been even more confusion, more damning, and more dangerous to people's lives. So it was in the middle of the day, it wasn't at night, But the fire department came back that night around midnight just to make sure nothing was smoldering. And it was a horrible event. It took a long time to even clear the traffic. So think about it. Think about what the fire chief has told you. And remember, every fire is not the same. And this was in the middle of the day, windy day. So when you make your choice, we're going to have to live with it because it's going to be a permanent one. Thank you for listening, and welcome, Dr. Raley.
Thank you.
Reagan Davidson, 1895 Greenbrier Branch. You know you wouldn't get away without hearing from me, right, Tom? It's all good. Thank y'all for everything you do. I know I've had numerous conversations with y'all on numerous projects. Y'all are great guys. So all of y'all know I'm not against building, not against development, but my key is responsible development. And the reason for me being on this case is I have family that lives on that road, and, you know, that's a big concern. The hills they're talking about taking out, that's a good thing. I remember I used to be the one that would ride down Rockville Road too fast and jump the hill. But anyway, so they're proposing some good safety in front of their property. I know the water line coming in, y'all know I'm a huge advocate for that, but you know exactly what's going to happen as soon as that water line hits. Everything else is going to want to be developed. All the rezoning is going to re-hit. And until we really get the Ashland Rockville Road interchange addressed, I think that's what we need to keep mindful. I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to say defer, because y'all are smart men. But I think we need to be careful and be mindful, and maybe we need several projects to happen at the same time, 4 or 5 year period, to help fix that issue as well. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Any further comments? Would the developer like to speak in a rebuttal? Close it. Oh, if no other. Do what now? Yeah, let me go ahead with the procedure here and close the public hearing, since we did not have anyone else during the citizen comment. So that period is closed. Now we can hear from
Thank you again, Natalie Croft with Eagle Construction. Would it be possible for me to pull up the presentation one more time? Thank you. Yep, I will. Oh, thanks. I'll zoom through these. You've seen all of these. Oh, there we go. Thank you. All right. I would like to address first the beautiful photograph of one of our new communities called Sweet Spire. That is in Henrico County, and that is a totally different zoning district that has smaller setbacks. I love that people know it's under construction and coming, but it is not at all comparable to this proposal. So there have been a lot of comparisons that I've heard tonight about Tuckahoe Bridge North versus Highfield. And there are a lot of differences, but there's also a lot of similarities. So I think let's dig into the differences first. We have a variety of lot sizes in Highfield, up to 3 acres in size. As was noted, Tuckahoe Bridge is between 15,000 square feet and about 0.68 acres in the north side on Rockville, the side that we border. We also offer a variety of lot widths. 65, 85, and 140 are sort of our segments. The Tuckahoe Bridge North rezoning case proffered just a flat minimum of 75 feet. Our open space, we have 40% set aside as open space. Tuckahoe Bridge North has 35%. Our streets are 56-foot wide rights-of-way, while Tuckahoe Bridge was designed with a 50-foot right-of-way width. And granted, the county policies have changed in the interim, but our streets will follow that new 56-foot wide right-of-way width here. One of the biggest differences is access and being able to turn left out of the community, understanding that they might not feel it's a big deal to turn left through Highfield, but maybe delivery drivers do, maybe school buses do, maybe fire EMS would. The way that we look at or address the rural enhancement area is also quite a bit different. Against the rural enhancement area in Highfield, we have a wide swath of floodplain, and then comes our large lots that are all between 1 and 3 acres in size. It's a little bit different than how this small area is treated, where Tuckahoe Bridge South is adjacent to the same rural enhancement property. But there are lots of similarities as well. Comp plan designates both of these properties single-family residential medium. We're requesting the same zoning. Both of these projects, and as was alluded to this evening, came in with higher densities. Tuckahoe Bridge initially proposed 147 lots on 98 acres, whereas our initial proposal was 199 lots on 138 acres. The current density, or the approved density of Tuckahoe Bridge is 98 homes, 98 acres, 1 home per acre. And that's what our current density is proposed to be as well, 1 per acre. The most interesting one I found was our average lot size. Average lot size is nearly identical from Highfield to Tuckahoe Bridge. I mean, I'd like credit for the 0.01 acre above, but that's just, I don't have to get it. But the biggest similarity, and this is very interesting when I saw this, is that both Tuckahoe Bridge and Highfield are the subject of the coordinated community response when the Centerville Small Area Plan was brought forward for public hearing. The community presented their 6 recommendations on the small area plan, and number 5 in the small area plan, Tuckahoe Bridge and Highfield were both recommended for 2 to 4 homes per acre. And in their coordinated presentation, the community asked that Highfield and Tuckahoe Bridge North retain their 1 per acre recommendation in the comprehensive plan. The Ashland Road intersection, sort of the big one. Traffic studies look at the peak hours. This essentially means it's the busiest 15 minutes of the busiest hour of the day. And level of service is not a measure of safety, it's a measure of time or delay. Under the no-build conditions, that means without Highfield, left turning movements at the intersection are at a level of service of F this year, in 2025, in the PM peak. The intersection as a whole, though, is not a failing intersection. Left turning movement does have longer delays and is at a level of service F. The interesting part and the important part is, while the length of delays for left turning traffic is enough to meet a level of service F, there are not enough vehicular trips on that secondary street to meet VDOT's warrants for a traffic light. And I will nutshell this, and it doesn't feel good to say it, there's enough left turning traffic to make that turning movement fail, but there's not enough of it to get a traffic light yet. So the data shows that it's gonna have to get worse before it gets better. And that's the part I don't feel good saying, but traffic engineering is not a thoughts and feelings kind of science. It's very data driven, and that is what the data is telling us. Looking at the intersection, the county and VDOT approved a study in 2015. Yes, 10 years ago. It's an elementary school study at this point. It's 10 years old. What it recommended doing was to limit lefts out from Rockville onto Ashland Road and put a traffic light at Plaza. And this was something that we shared with the community at our very first community meeting. And it was met with, groans, boos, hisses, no. So this was definitely something that the community did not support through our process. School enrollment, I've heard that concern. Schools noting in the staff report that it doesn't anticipate any capacity concerns related to Highfield. I think, Ricky, is there anything that you'd like to add real quick? What? Accident data, yes. Let me see. Safety of the road, that's huge, right? I think that let me get back to our case. I apologize. We can just look at the plan here. In terms of safety of the road, yes, the area that we're proposing to have the biggest change, the biggest transformation, is that area that has historically been the worst. Someone here mentioned the crosses on the trees, and I hope it's understood that where that happened will look totally different. Coming over the bridge from the interstate, you'll be able to see the extent of the curve. You'll be able to see how tight or not tight the curve is. The pavement will be double the width at this point, and there will be what's called a flat recovery zone with no trees lining the road. The biggest changes are where the community has told us are the biggest problems. Anything else? Yeah. You went. The VDOT study? Lastly, the VDOT safety study. We are proposing to implement every single recommendation of the VDOT safety study, and that is some area not even in Goochland County. That's from the Hanover County, where it ends in Hanover, all the way down to Ashland Road. One of the things that the VDOT study did mention is that in its current reporting window, that's about 7 years, eight maybe max. Based on the data it has collected in its current reporting window, the accident rate, the crash rate on Rockville Road is actually lower than the statewide average for roads of the same type. So, any questions?
Could you just, Ms. Croft, could you give an estimate for the total road improvement costs that Eagle Markel would be contributing in doing these improvements?
Yes, I will let Mr. Core answer that question.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for hearing from us. Our current budget, depending on everything, if you talk about just road improvements, if you talk about utilities, what we call it is private dollars. So in private dollars, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 to $3 million. You know, that $3 million is the total, kind of with some of those water lines we talked about, that upsizing. We look at how municipal dollars goes, and we understand that that's typically about a 80 to 100% premium. So if the county were to have to do it, or if VDOT were to have to do it, we think that would be in the $5 to $6 million range.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the developer?
Yes.
Yes.
So the point was made about the desire for the turn waiver. Why not get that secured now? I mean, we've been working on this for a long time. Why come to us with this if we can get it? Which I tend to agree with the citizens that means just not going to happen.
Sure, that's a great question. We heard from the community that putting that access was important to them. We also understand that it is out of our hands, out of our we're not in control of our own destiny at this point. And so we have reached out to that developer with no response. And it's been a couple of months where we've reached out more than one time. Perhaps if the HOA is turned over to the community at some point, the community, I'm not sure how soon that might be, but if the community could make the decision rather than a developer, it might be more, they might have more willingness to do that since it was a community request. But we have been proactive. We have reached out multiple times to the owner of that buffer and have gotten no response.
Jonathan, well, you know who I am. I guess I was about to introduce myself. I'm really surprised. I've been to the Home Building Association meetings, and I have always had the impression you folks work pretty well together. I'm just surprised when you say no, they don't even pick up the phone. You leave a voicemail, they don't call you back. I mean, is it really that? I mean, I'm curious. I mean, good golly. I mean, that's just not good manners. I mean, I'm taking somebody's inventory here, but
My name's Josh Goldschmidt. I'm the president of Eagle Construction.
Yeah.
I made the request verbally and in writing to no response. I will say that I believe it's because there's a lot of history to that entrance and asking for a proffer amendment, but this is my belief. I did both responses. I said, hey, I'm going to make this request in front of you, and I emailed it both to no response. So we have a working relationship, but I think there's more to it. My assumption is when they think about opening it up, they're in the process of, I think they've sold out the community. If you come to a request for us when we're in transition of an HOA, the best response with a lot of homeowner association experience is no response, because you're kind of, going to lose either way with your customers. Some are going to be happy with it, some are not. And to be frank, there's no real benefit to the developer, and there may be some issues around the entrance problems that exist already. So that's my read on why we did. I was not offended by the response. That's my answer to that, because that's why I think the response was that way.
It's hard to be offended by no response, I guess, but.
It's political. It's political. I think you understand that part of it.
I'm getting an education. I mean, because I truly, I mean, I talked with Elizabeth and the folks at the Home Building Association, and it seems like y'all do work well together, so.
The Home Building Association doesn't own the property.
Well, no, I understand that, but y'all are same members of the fraternity, so to speak, I guess. I mean, your members aren't.
That's like saying that all members of this board are all in line on all issues.
When they agree with me, they are.
So.
All right. It was educational, thanks.
Any other questions? All right.
I did want to just add that, the turn lane or the access point was added as a response to the community request. It seems as though from these comments that they're not happy with what we were able to provide. And so because that entrance is not required, if it is more desirable to remove it and remove the waiver and the left in if, we're amenable to that as well.
Okay. All right, Mr. Christie.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the board approve rezoning RZ 2024-0011 with proper conditions as presented.
Thank you. Mr. Christie, do we have a second? I'll second it. Any further discussion?
I do, Mr. Chairman. But Mr. Spooner fusses at me when I go first, so I'm not sure if I should wait. I don't think that's possible. You're one of my mentors, Neil. First of all, I want to say thank you to the folks from Eagle Markel. because you've been very willing to meet with me, take phone calls on Sunday evening. And you've met with District 5 Planning Commissioner Dwayne Cosby, his colleagues, with county staff, with the residents, and my colleagues on the board. I also want to say thank you to the residents who attended the community meetings. They communicated via email, they had phone calls, sidewalk conversations, and all of that's been helpful, as have the comments and the presentations made here tonight. And to our staff, bless you. I mean, there have been hours and hours devoted to this application, so I really do thank you for the attention you put into this. I joined the board in January of 2024, and the very first community meeting I went to as a member of this board was at St. Matthews for this application. And over the last 18 months, community interest and conversation has not decreased. The community meetings have been dynamic and informative, and they've been animated at times, but I think they've always been civil, and that's a testimony to Goochland, I think. The meetings served their purposes because the applicant made changes based on those community meetings, and thank you, Goochland staff, for emceeing those meetings. The Planning Commission was also thorough in its efforts. They too met with the applicant, attended those meetings, received emails, phone calls, even had food line aisle conversations on this. I watched the May Planning Commission meeting, and I noted the 5-0 vote recommending the application be denied. Some changes have been made to the proffers since that meeting, but the fundamentals of the application have remained the same. So what I have looked at is what would change that would result in my ignoring that 5-0 recommendation to deny the application. Foremost in my considerations is always safety. I think that is the, capital T-H-E, the fundamental purpose of government, federal, state, and local. It's safety. How would this application improve public safety, or at worst, keep it at a level that it exists today? And the answer is the applicant has proffered a number of improvements to Rockville Road that would improve line of sight, road shoulders, and I appreciate those proffers significantly. Usually an applicant requests waivers to road improvements, such as turn lanes. But even with those road proffers, will 138 additional homes with more than 1,000 vehicle trips a day be a positive impact on safety? What improvements to Rockville Road are needed to keep safety from deteriorating? Is it appropriate for the county or for VDOT to expect the applicant to fund those improvements? In fact, Virginia law limits what Goochland can accept as a voluntary proffer. So I believe it's Goochland and VDOT that have the responsibility to improve Rockville Road safety. And sitting here today, has been noted, those safety improvements are not funded nor concretely planned. So even with the road improvements along the applicant has offered along that 1/2 mile stretch of Rockville Road, what are those additional 1,000 vehicle trips going to go? And I think it's been acknowledged many will go to the intersection of Rockville Road and Ashland Road. It's already a failing intersection. More traffic will deteriorate its level of service further. Some vehicles might opt to use Matthews Road as an alternative, and that road, as noted, is challenged also. So in effect, the proffered road improvements would likely result in moving people more quickly and more safely to a failing intersection or diverting them onto an equally challenged road. So what other safety issue the applicant, with another safety issue the applicant did, based on community and staff comments, revise its application to add a second Rockville Road access point versus the original plans to just come through Tuckahoe Bridge. And I think that's commendable. That solution, though, creates its own separate set of challenges, with the result being a lot of MacGyver efforts to really force a solution in some respects for that 2 entrance requirement, even though with sprinkler suppression is not required. I appreciate that. Comments have been made on the comp plan. Is this the correct location for a subdivision with 1 acre density? The answer is yes. It is compliant with the comp plan. What will be the impact on schools? How will fire rescue demand change? I don't consider those questions to be inconsequential, and they've been discussed by staff, by the applicant, and by citizens. They're important topics, and they are on my radar. The applicant has proffered to delay the development for 2 years, and phase in home development. I think that is in consideration of the bridge construction taking place on I-64. And the offer to delay development is an uncommon proffer. I don't believe it has ever been made. I have a sense that those proffered construction delays will simply delay, though, the safety and traffic issues that will be more intense in 3 or 4 years. I have imagined the traffic, 1,000 Amazon employees and truck traffic will add to the roads in this area, not just Rockville Road, but all the roads. But we are going to add another 1,000 more daily trips if this is approved tonight. And that's not a scenario I want a board to have to deal with in 3 or 4 years. Ideally, a solution to today's traffic and safety problems will be formulated first, and the very real increase in future traffic can be accommodated in that plan. So regardless of the vote tonight, I do commit that I'm going to continue to work with staff, VDOT, CVTA, or RTPO to find solutions to Rockville Road and to improve all of Goochland's road safety, especially turn lanes. Let me reference a Greek poet I mentioned in some of my correspondence, the Highfield correspondence. Living 700 BC, Hayazad was attributed with saying, "Observe due measure, for right timing is in all things the most important factor." Right timing. In consideration of all that has been presented over the last 18 months, and in consideration of a very, very solid application that was presented tonight, I'm not really able to support this application for approval tonight, but I do think there's opportunity down the road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. I'm sitting here thinking if this was the Supreme Court, that would be almost a dissenting opinion, but.
It's only
but some
dissenting
good
if
points.
it doesn't carry.
And I will say this, despite all this, I've got to, we get along, and I've got to make utmost amount of respect for you and your good reasoning. Any other discussion before?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an interesting case. I say that with all these big cases, it seems, because they're all very interesting. It keeps you engaged in this role. I spent a lot of time going back and looking at the Tuckahoe Bridge project and looking at the, actually, many of the same faces that came out. Exactly 5 years ago, it was July 2nd, 2019, that case came through. So if we're still here 3.5 hours from now, it'll be, or 4.5 hours from now, we'll make it to exactly 5 years, so, or 6 years. And it was interesting. The issues that were brought up by, again, many of the same faces in this room were safety, infrastructure, and comp plan. So for all of you in Tuckahoe Bridge, the folks that you got up with to have your voices heard have been saying the same thing for 6 years. So what's happened in 6 years? The emails that we get are just very interesting, and I don't typically respond and engage, but some of the stuff was just so, the data was just so different than anything we had. I had to kind of make some comments. And I did want to talk about some of the data with I have here the 5-year crash analysis, and a number of 30-some crashes was brought up from, again, I don't know the time frame, but according to this crash analysis, since June 1st of 2019 through May 31st, there have been a total of 16. 7 with injuries, and of course, any injury or crash is something to be concerned about. And if you look at the reasons, 3 of the 7 injuries were because of wet pavement, 1 because it was an alcohol related incident, and 1 was because, 1 they don't know because the driver fled the scene. A citizen said that we have the responsibility to guarantee the safety of everyone. Well, I'm sorry, that's not what I ran on, because I'm not God, and I can't do that. All we could do is make the best decisions we can and prepare for these. When I look at, the infrastructure one is interesting to me, because we say, oh, we don't have the infrastructure for this. And I say, okay, well, let's look. Again, I said this is a very emotional case. Let's take emotion out of it. I hear the term all the time, we are growing our fire and rescue to keep up with development. That's, by the numbers, that's categorically not true. We are developing to keep up with our infrastructure. Here's some numbers for you. From 2020, the population of Goochland County was 24,727 people. The numbers pulled today were 29,267. That's growth of 18%. That is significant growth. That's growth that has been planned for, Mosaic, Avery Point, a lot of these that previous boards have approved. So that's 18%. The Sheriff's Department in 2020, their budget was $5.5 million. Their current budget is $14.6 million, a 165% increase, well above the 18%. Fire and Rescue, we spent a lot of time talking about them. In 2020, their budget was $5 million. Their current budget this year is $14.8 million, nearly a 200% increase. And schools was mentioned. That was the first bullet of, and I called my school board member. And I go, what's going on? What's going on with all these classes that we don't have room for? The budget in 2020 was $32 million. The budget this year was $45 million, so a 40% increase. And let's not forget, we overbuilt an elementary school to the tune of $54 million just a few years ago. So to say that we don't have the infrastructure, I just can't align that thinking. So we have the infrastructure, safety. I don't like the Ashland Road interchange, and that is probably the biggest thing that concerns me. And I look at what has been planned, and Mr. Barker, you'll be pleased to know that I rode around with Chief Ferguson for a good hour and a half, driving those roads and getting his perspective. I've walked them myself. I sat at the top of the hill at the entrance watching the cars come over, and yesterday I sat there and I stared at 3 crosses. And I thought how horrible that was. I prayed for all those folks. And I thought, gosh, I'm really surprised that anybody would fight any improvement to make this better. It just seemed odd to me. I could not reconcile those two things in my mind. So I see a road that's getting better. I would love, believe me, I've only been doing this 6.5 years, but I would love to be able to pay for everything up front. It's just not how the world works. We count in this county at a tax rate of 53 cents. And I understand there's an ad valorem where most of y'all live, but at 53 cents, we don't have extra funds to build the roads. And you heard our developer talk about if the county builds it versus a private citizen developer builds it, it is much more affordable, and that's how we get our roads done. So do I love that facet of it? No. Do I think that this is exactly what was planned there? 100%. You can't, I know some people don't want to live on lots that size. Well, guess what? You don't have to buy there. We are keeping it rural with the buffers. We're using that land that I think is exactly as it's intended. And the last thing I'll say, and Mr. Lyle touched on it, I voted for Project Rocky. And the night that I voted for that, the biggest concern was that I was told 2 weeks before that we had a solution for Ashland Road, and it was a $6 million solution. And I was told just 2 weeks before that we didn't have a solution. But we made a commitment, I made a commitment personally, that we would work, as Mr. Lyle said. I came into staff the next morning and said, this passed, this is not, we didn't get this across the goal line, we just kicked off. And in the 2 years since then, I have personally secured a total of $67 million for that project through our great partners. And work is starting, improvements, they started today, actually. So there will be a light there. There's going to be a turn lane coming out of there. So what I will say is I could make that same commitment to y'all that if this does pass tonight, and even if it doesn't, that's become as a big concern. I've spent a lot of time there, and I do see making that left out of there is tough. But we will work to get that done. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Yes, I thank you for your time. I thank Mr. Lyle and Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Spoonhour for their comments so far. I really do, as supervisor for District 4, traverse Ashland Road in this corridor every single day. I go from a working horse farm to Tractor Supply on a regular basis. I've told the sheriff this, so he can't put me in cuffs after the fact. I drive with the video going while I'm driving down Ashland Road to be mindful each and every day of what it looks like at various times. Because we hear stories from 4:45 to 5:30 p.m., but what does it look like throughout the day? So these are things that are of constant import to me. And what I will say is, we have got to, in order to have sensible growth in this county, be supportive of thoughtful and deliberate applications. And that is one thing that I struggle with this issue is, I'm going to state some facts. When the comments that I got most over the last 6 months were regarding assessments in the county. Assessments went up across the board. When you decrease the supply of homes in the market and demand is going up, home values increase. That is a simple economic fact. The quality of proposed projects when we deny well thought out applications decreases. They come by right and they try and come in where they are not as well thought out and well prepared. We have impacts. These decisions have material impacts on getting quality commercial projects. I emphasize quality. We can get commercial projects. We want quality commercial projects in Goochland. When employees do not have housing options in the county where we expect to be attractive to those businesses. Road improvements not paid for by development must be shouldered by our taxpayers. There's no way around it. We get our most significant road improvements in conjunction with proffers of projects that we approve. Highfield did mention water line will be sized such that there can be additional economic benefit from this project. We are going to be looking at projects to make the commercial and residential mix more favorable for our county. We do not want growth residential application by residential application, but that is a long-term process. If there is a thought that we will snap our fingers and get these high-quality commercial projects that garner top billing in the news, we are kidding ourselves. That is ridiculous. There are actions that we have to take, and one of those is making water line and road improvements where we can, or getting water line and road improvements where we can. Additionally, on top of assessments, TCSD capacity and that ad valorem tax is the second most common issue that comes up in calls with constituents. We have ample TCSD capacity. We paid for that and still continue to pay for that. That capacity needs to be used if we are going to be sensible economically. And I will stress too, I've touched on this word, thoughtful. I was very happy to see the thoughtful nature of the road improvements and the speed to completion that was presented. I wish our development community would come to Goochland with that level of thoughtfulness. I want future developers in Goochland to come to us with that level of thoughtfulness. We know the Ashland Road project, that interchange, is a critically important project to our county. We also know the short-term repercussions are worth it for the long-term benefit. To have a development proposal come in and say, we are considerate of that timing, we want to make it so we have as few blockages as possible, is frankly something I'm not used to seeing from the development community. So I want to highlight that because it's very easy to throw stones. However, it is also commendable to be willing to put that time and that effort and spend $2 to $3 million that gives us $5 to $6 million of benefit for the county. And I do believe this. It was mentioned that a higher standard for future development projects would be set. sprinklered homes is unbelievable. That is something that is such a benefit to safety and fire and rescue. $2 to $3 million that were touched upon in improvements sets a higher standard. And the implementation of every recommendation from a VDOT traffic study, I will be the first to admit, I will poke at the state and the Fed all the time. We have to solve a bunch of their messes on a regular basis at the local level. Those are key considerations that we want to see in good projects. And so I stress all those to highlight to the audience and to anyone listening, these considerations have to be acknowledged. We cannot simply say, we don't want this, this has to stop, and not think that there are major economic and societal implications for doing those things. So I highlight those points because I would ask anyone to counter them. And I do think we're not going to see the best projects unless we see applicants want to come to the county regularly. The worst is seeing a drip, drip, drip of applications, because guess what? The coffers do not fill themselves when we do not have sensible development in this county to fund the services that Goochland residents deserve. So I just hope that all those things are considered by everyone when they consider projects of this sort.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Mr. Christie?
So, I don't know how many of you guys head out to the western part of the county, but the development and the houses popping up out there is getting quite ridiculous. We do have a supply and demand problem. And when the houses pop up out there, it's through by right splits. There's little coves pop up on Haydensville, Fife, a very similar, if not more dangerous road than I would say Rockville Road. But guess what? They don't improve the road. They don't do anything. There is no plan to improve the road. VDOT will not improve the road. So I look at this as a way to somewhat alleviate that supply and demand issue. I can't look at the constituents out west and tell them that I'm going to deny this while they're doing road improvements, while we have coves just popping up left and right. I just traveled down Shannon Hill Road. I went the long way to pick up my daughter from her friend's house. I was shocked at how many homes had popped up on Shannon Hill Road. Along with that, as Charlie was saying, this is how we get economic development. It was brought up that, Louise is getting a data center. Yeah, they are. And if you travel north of 64 down Shannon Hill Road, you'll also see more development, more housing developments. This is how we do it. And while it may be inconvenient right now, this will eventually solve a lot of the problems through the county. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So let me take some time here and sort of bring it home. I will tell you, I've put my thoughts together before tonight, and obviously I'm going to be a little redundant because I'm going to repeat some of the things that have already been said. But bear with me, and please you let me have the floor for a while. I've spent a great deal of time on this, a lot of time. And I've heard the concerns from you, the citizens. I've read many well thought out comments from the citizens. I've attended the community meetings. And I've also heard concerns expressed by a fire chief, who, by the way, I've got the greatest amount of respect for. And so bear with me, Chief, as I come out in support of this project. Eagle Corporation has checked all the boxes with regards to meeting the standards and requirements of Goochland County for their proposed subdivision. In fact, they've raised the bar for future developments, as we've heard here tonight. Hopefully it's going to help future developments. It will be in our designated service area where we have publicly identified for a long while now as the area we want to see development, both economic and residential. Significantly because this is where we have water and sewer available, and because we want to try and keep the rest of Goochland County more rural and agrarian. The application at hand meets the required density of an average of 1 house per acre. I know that a portion of the land is not usable due to wetlands, etc., but we have typically considered the average. And who doesn't want to protect wetlands? The average lot in Highfield is slightly larger than the average in Tuckahoe Bridge. Several of the lots are between 1 and 3 acres. There are no lots in Tuckahoe Bridge North that are over 2/3 of an acre. In Highfield, there will be 40% of the land in open space. They are agreeing to install sprinkler systems, as we've heard many times tonight, in all the houses. They have agreed to make unprecedented road improvements, which we've also heard about, which will significantly improve the safety of Rockville Road. The visibility on Rockville Road will be improved by the developer. They are proffering safety improvements that were not even suggested or recommended by the safety study. I believe we can rely on the Virginia Department of Transportation to recognize the need for further improvements as traffic volumes dictate in the future. And I know this is a stretch in the minds of many of us. But I just feel like we can rely on, we've got a very good relationship with VDOT. So I think as volume dictates, further road improvements, signage or speed limit reductions will take place. The developer is agreeing to hold off house construction until 2028. So this is not immediate. It is delayed. There will be time for other things to happen. This will give time for significant road improvements that are planned for the area to be underway by the time this has begun. Eagle has agreed to limit their construction of homes in Highfield subdivision to 36 per year. This will result in the full build-out to take place over almost 4 years. There will not be a tsunami or influx from the project. It will be gradual. Significant road improvements will be nearly completed by then, or well underway to completion, as Mr. Spoonow has said. The major project at I-64 and Ashland Road intersection is planned to see completion in 2029. This will be a nice subdivision with nice homes, and it will attract buyers that will add to our community and enhance our economy here. Much the same as the subdivisions many of our current residents already enjoy living in. This development of homes has the potential of being one of the nicest in Goochland County. Markel Eagle has gone out of their way to address the citizens' concerns, and the creeks and wetlands will be protected by the surrounding homes. I believe the plans by this developer have been modified significantly because of the several community meetings and citizen comments and suggestions. To reiterate, the plan is much different and improved than originally submitted. For example, less density, meaning fewer homes, significant road improvement work on Rockville Road, sprinklers to be installed, better interior roads, delay in housing starts to give time for more area improvements, and limiting the number of housing starts to spread over in excess of 3 years. They have indeed also listened to our citizens. As stated in our staff report, our schools do not anticipate capacity concerns related to this development. School children are a very good thing for our community. We need them for our future and for our future workforce. We have been working very hard to attract commercial development to the county, and one of the first things they ask is, where will our employees live? We need the workforce in the county in order to service our expanding business community. Businesses follow rooftops and vice versa. Now, I did look at the VDOT traffic study, but I also was able to pick up some data from our sheriff's department. And let me share that with you. Based on our sheriff's department's data, there have been 37 accidents on Rockville Road over the last 5 years. 77% were the driver's fault. Reckless driving, 33%. Failed to yield, 27%. Following too close, 10%. DUI, 6.7%. Animal in the road, 13%. Other unknown causes, 6.7%. And weather-related, 3%. Ladies and gentlemen, my feeling is if we're not growing, we're dying. Goochland County is maturing and becoming more significant every day as a regional player. We must keep up. I believe by keeping our residential growth in the designated service district where we have water and sewer will help with our chances to meet our long-term stated goal of keeping 85% of our county rural and agrarian. We have stated all along that our mission is to maintain the great quality and uniqueness of Goochland, to maintain our agriculture and our beautiful equine land, and our outdoor space where we can hunt, fish, and enjoy the recreational opportunities this affords us all. If we do not hold fast on our conviction, we will possibly see more rapid deterioration of our great quality of life, which in my opinion is worthy of protecting. I also want you to know that I hate to be going against the recommendation of our Planning Commission on this. I respect each and every one of them and value their valuable contribution to our county. When folks speak during citizens' comment period, we need to remember that they are speaking as a citizen personally and not necessarily as representing the views or positions of county staff, planning commissioners, or board of supervisor members. Let me also reiterate here that I value and respect the views of our citizens and appreciate their involvement in this process. I have read many communications in opposition to this project, but my overriding belief is that this is proper for approval based on the many reasons I've stated here. If we do not agree with the established positions of the county, such as the comprehensive plan, ordinances, or codes, etc., let us begin a dialogue in the proper setting to see if changes need to be made. Otherwise, let us support the principles set forth that help ensure the quality of life for the entire county. I want to have faith that our roads will be made safe as situations dictate. Just look at the entire transportation network of our county. It has been developed over time to accommodate the needs and safety requirements as progress has been made. This is a continuing and never-ending process in which I have faith in it over the long run. I also have faith in our public safety departments. I have faith in them to keep up with whatever's necessary. And we've mentioned the growth that we have supported, and I also have faith in this board of supervisors to provide the resources necessary to our public safety folks to keep up. So, Mr. Raley, please do a roll call vote.
Mr. Lyle?
Nay.
Mr. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
No.
And Mr. Winfrey?
Yes. The motion passes.
3-2.
3-2. There's nothing further for the meeting. We will adjourn to the Board of Supervisors Audit and Finance Committee meeting. Time to be determined. And the Board of Supervisors regular meeting on in August. Meeting adjourned.
Presentation.